极限。太多目光曾把人刺伤，让人心中的窗打开以前就关上。慢慢习惯化一样的妆，学姐一样的腔，泪流以前就擦干。从小到大听着同一个童话，跟着大家渴望看一样的花，活得像一匹被累久的马，心里多狂热也只能听话。为何多大会让人如此害怕？为何长大必须同一个步伐？可是我相信这世界之大，我只想寻找那属于我的，还未写的另一个童话，还未变天啊的另一只小鸭，只不过在等一个未来，让世界能欣赏无涯的漂亮。太多目光在把人刺伤，别让自己遗忘当时天真的模样。抹掉身上有毒的土壤，别让陌生的妆掩盖你我的光芒。从小到大听着同一个童话，跟着大家狂看一样的花，活得像一匹被累久的马，心里多狂热也只能听话。为何丢的会让人如此害怕？为何长大必须同一个步伐？可是我相信啊，世界之大，我只想寻找那属于我的另一个童话，另一个童话，释放我心里那。烟花落进一条灯会看，红尘辗转我把笑再谈。终是谁把线断，曲终就此各离散，已无缘，何必再提誓言？月明月缺，谁贪念孤单？笙歌独欢，看灯火阑珊。终是岁月荏苒，相逢模糊的一段。这容颜，已守护世千年。愿乘风归去来兮，繁华翩翩落满地，流沙褪尽，我依然在。
Forces are under attack.
我在茫茫人海之前，你在天涯之间，春寒秋梦无人挂念。晓风潜入寒夜，桃花又开一年，你我已如分飞燕。遥看窗外飘零大雪，心间梦里渐变，似花似蝶若隐若现。想念不如不念，泪眼苍老容颜，丝丝缕缕难搁浅。我们沦为双生恋人的那一天，再回不到最初的遇见。世人都知相爱刺过难以成全，偏还赌上一生的实现。
Job's done.
Job's 你在天涯之间，春寒秋梦无人挂念。晓风潜入寒夜，桃花又开一年，你我已如分飞燕。遥看窗外飘零大雪，心间梦里渐变，似花似蝶若隐若现。想念不如不念，泪眼苍老。有山酸雪飞翔，哒哒哒哒哒，时间不会说话，可是我心底的美好，想和你抵达，哒哒哒哒哒，随命运来甩打，让永恒来回答。还是山盟那些承诺，谁都转变过。听着你语甜言那些情话，谁自问自答。我依着你，世界从不停说嘲笑话，谁让我偏偏有本领做你的童话。
Job's done. Job's done.
For my brothers, it has begun. For my brothers,
不用害怕遭遇什么，
for my brothers,
我用真心测真相。
no one shall know us.
现实中倾塌，爱的正义会更长。谁真的会说话？可是我心底的美好，想和你抵达。从命运来甩大，让永恒来回答。用这开始什么那些承诺，心头转变白。听着你语甜言那些情话，谁自问自答？我迎着你，世界从不停说嘲笑话。我情愿像在生的月前台，看着不懂枯萎那丛。就荡在空中，风吹叶的颤抖，现场谁都睁大双眼说，这就是成功。火烧在夜中，谁忘了功成名就？为我把个孩子，他烧掉的希望。你要爱我看我彰显，全都给我，就算我心不再跳，也要留片传说。我请你想象的灿烂烟火，谁在乎谁是对谁是错？只要你唱好，手掌心就能振作。霓虹在闪烁，在那偌大城市中，是谁跟着谁是谁去走上山坡？谁不愿看到？你要爱我看我彰显，全都给我，就算我心不再跳，也要留片传说。我请你想象的灿烂烟火，谁在乎谁是对谁是错？只要你唱好，手掌心就能振作。曾经填过15分钟的泡沫，睡在这浮洲的所上的宝座，心碎的代价是什么？你要爱我看我彰显，全都给我，就算我心不再跳，也能留片传说。我请你想象的灿烂烟火，谁在乎谁是对谁是错？只要你唱好，手掌心就能振作。你要怕我恨我专心毁灭着我，为何我心还在跳，明天还想做梦？我请你想象的灿烂烟火，解开我的线索，我要谁是不朽，我承认我是我。
Job done.
越荏苒，相逢模糊的一段，这容颜已守护世千年。愿乘风归去来兮，繁花翩翩落满地，流沙褪尽，我依然在等你。愿随你走遍天际，云卷之后有人迹，你的沿途从此不见我孤寂。
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
月明月缺，谁叹念孤单？笙歌东欢看灯火阑珊。岁月荏苒，相逢模糊的一段，这容颜已守护世千年。愿乘风归去来兮，繁花翩翩落满地，流沙褪尽，我依然在等你。愿随你走遍天际，云卷之后有云际，你的沿途从此不见我孤寂。愿乘风归去来兮，层层相思落满地，卷起珠帘，唯有一袭情意。梦一场江南烟雨，无愁亦无需惦记，一夜清欢谁在旁白首空泣？一夜清欢谁在旁白首空泣？
Upgrade complete. Job's done.
My bidding. No one shall be the wiser.
Upgrade complete.
It has begun. No one shall be the wiser.
听着一首歌，把心事留
It
在
has
这
begun.
里。
That's a given.
懂我的人能不能 安静了，愿意了，相信了，爱到最后是当谁开口说不爱了，一直说爱我的人，一次次伤的。
That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. It has begun. That's a given. It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers, that's a
檐
given.
下风，轻叩响木门，烛火打得我正酣眠，夜色正时分。惊雷滚，又热心旧梦，转念流摇的温存，从前的认真。烟花如雨，转瞬却见了我迷途经眼前，不敢问，如愿应情缘，却怎容他多问？你我似掌上边中，起起落浮沉。谈爱恨，怎容我细分？期盼缘分念的虔诚，红尘却不忍。夜又深，又勾起旧梦，在其中，怎么不肯想？烟花如雨，转瞬却见了我，心似天际，比心恋人。昂长，执手也只是个下人，看你我为何就等，起起落浮沉。
I am prepared. It has begun for my brothers. Out with it. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. Enlighten. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser.
Job
My
done.
brothers.
Job done. Job done. Job done.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
No one shall
Job
be the
done.
wiser.
Job done. Job done.
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade
My
complete.
brothers. It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers. It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers. It has begun.
忘れないよ手を振る君の目を帰らぬ儚き青き日々を旅立つ空に出会いと別れ青春の日々すべてを描きいつか互いに大きな花を綺麗な花を咲かすと決めた変わらぬ空に君を映してうまく飛べたら高く飛べたら翼広げて秋風越えて夢を手にして会えたなら共に笑
brothers. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. Brothers. It has begun. That's a given.
Job done, job done.
I am prepared.
Upgrade.
It has
请
begun.
允许我
For
尘
my
埃
brothers.
落定，用沉默埋葬了过去。满身风雨，我从海上来，才隐居在这沙漠里。该隐瞒的事总清晰，千言万语只能无语。爱是天时地利的迷信，哦，原来你也在这里。我一个人，是不是 该隐瞒的事总清晰。
For my brothers,
千言万语只能无语。 爱是天时地利的迷信。哦，原来你也在
that's a given. No one should
台
be
北。谢谢，拜拜。
Job done. Job done. Job done. That's agreed. Agreed. Job done. Job done. Job done.
千言万语只能无语。爱是天时地利的迷信。哦，原来你也在这。
That's a given.
爱隐瞒的事总清晰。千言万语只能无语。爱是天时地利的迷信。
My brothers,
在这。
my brothers, that's a given. It has begun. That's a given. No one should be wise. My brothers.
Research complete. done, job done, done, job done. Job done, job done, job done, job done, job done, job done, job done.
My brothers.
Job done, done, job done, job done,
My brothers.
job done.
It has begun. Out with it. That's a given. My brothers. It has begun.
Job done, 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 job done.
Storm, earth, and fire, heed my
Ready
call.
to work.
It has begun.
经过分迷自作，但求数值。困何时又软于梦里楼台似曾知。去岁的灰，东风又未至。千根摇摆雪，作霓裳三绪。笙箫中花树下，人潮来去，我和你。 已习惯冷落，眼神空，眼眶红，但记得别过执着。寂静无声的我，还能够说什么？眼神憔悴脆弱，用烟熏妆来盖过。玫瑰都在淌血，它沾污了白雪。有谁想要了解心如刀割的感觉？你等着我解释为何微笑中带泪，卸了妆却忘了我是谁。我用尽了力气想要留住你，你却没回应。你的坚持让我最后不得不放弃。看进我眼里，黑色的眼泪流着不停。你说你从不信，从来不在意，假装的生气。我恨这样才能抓住你的注意力。女生的哭泣，它是常被误会的心情。对不起，其实你对我不熟悉。我答应你，自由我从此给你，躲进你的生活，想占据某角落，但越小的一过，越容易遭到封锁。玫瑰都在淌血，它沾污了白雪。有谁想要了解心如刀割的感觉？你等着我解释为何微笑中带泪，卸了妆却忘了我是谁。我用尽了力气想要留住你，你却没回应。你的坚决让我最后不得不放弃。看进我眼里，黑色的眼泪流着不停。你说你从不信，从来不在意，假装的生气。我恨这样才能抓住你的注意力。女生的哭泣，它是常被误会的心情。对不起，其实你对我不熟悉。我答应你，自由我从此给你。
这是我唯一的线索。人说情歌总是老的好，走遍天涯海角忘不了。我说情人却是老的好，曾经沧海桑田分不了。我只想唱这一首老情歌，愿歌声飞到你左右。虽然你不能和我长相守，但求你永远在心中。只想唱这一首老情歌，让往事回荡在四周。那事到如今已无所可求，这是我仅有的寄托。人说情歌总是老遍天涯海角忘不了。我说情人却是老的好，曾经沧海桑田分不了。人说情歌总是老交忘不了。我说情人却是老的好，曾经沧海桑田分不了。我只想唱这一首老情歌，愿歌声飞到你左右。虽然你不能和我长相守，但求你永远在心中。虽然你不能和我长相守，但求你永远在心中。
La terre
狼人这个得晒一手，晒一手回天之类的，跳可以晒晒看。哇！
哇靠！这狼人
哎，
怎么这么快？
被他这个升龙锤到。好一下，换你。哎，完蛋！
完蛋了！
这个机器拳竟然打掉我的子弹呢！完推开。
完全看不懂他们在干嘛。
没事，你就要好好的打你的冠军连段。
我打不出来我就死了，太花了。
哇！哎，还被 reset 超多次的。
我靠！
那个中段其实不太能长按，中段敲头的那个招式面，甩盾牌比较好用。哎，不用抱，没事，相信你。抱一下好了。其实他也就一滴血，说不定也可以干掉他。 呐！你要上去还是打？你要上去？
好，超快！
相信你的拳头。
光阴如梭，一梭采去，一梭吃。情丝百转，丝丝缠乱又不知。只一段锦绣纹饰，碧连理双枝，难寄托这相思。兜兜转转，朝花夕拾，却已迟。
Upgrade complete.
寻寻觅觅，醉生梦死，又一世。
Job's done.
还记得前生梦事，与眼睛无词，恨对面不相识。我愿化作望断天涯那一方青石，篆刻心头是你的名字。轮回彩蝶花间自负，只就穿参差，剪不断，共缠绵，生生世世。兜兜转转，朝花夕拾，却已迟。寻寻觅觅，醉生梦死，又一世。还记得前生梦事，与眼睛无词，恨对面不相识。我愿化作望断天涯那一方青石，篆刻心头是你的名字。轮回彩蝶花间自负，只就穿参差，剪不断，共缠绵，生生世世。我愿化作望断天涯那一方青石，篆刻心头是你的名字。轮回彩蝶花间自负，只就穿参差，剪不断，共缠绵，生生世世。剪不断，共缠绵，生生世世。
Reset complete.
一生漂泊摆渡，很难去
的江山。屋檐底下不自被人带着泪，当初那个情关没亮的谁，是我勇士的霜雪，不朽的一切，是谁高头我摧毁。
bidding for my brothers. It has begun for my
Job
brothers.
done, job done, job done, job done.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
That's it. For my brothers.
Job done, job done.
By bidding.
Job done.
That's a given.
Job done.
My brothers. That's a given.
Job done.
I cannot My bidding. I hear the smoke.
How may I serve?
I bid.
more farms. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
I bid you.
Upgrade complete.
Enlighten me.
I cannot son
That's a given.
Upgrade complete.
It has begun.
Job's
My
done.
brothers.
Job's done. Job's
I
done.
am prepared.
Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
Enlighten me. I bid you.
I wanna hold 'em like they do in Texas State. Hold 'em, let 'em hit me, raise it, baby, stay with me. I love it. Looking intuition, play the cards with space to start. And after he's been hooked, I'll play the one that's on his heart. I'll get him high, show him what I got. I'll get him high, show him what I got. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. I wanna roll with him, a hot pair we will be. A little gambling is fun when you're with me. Russian roulette is not the same without a gun. And baby, when it's love, if it's not rough, it isn't fun. I'll get him high, show him what I got. I'll get him high, show him what I got. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. I won't tell you that I love you, kiss or hug you, 'cause I'm bluffing with my muffin. I'm not lying, I'm just stunning with my love glue gunning. Just like a chick in the casino, take your bank before I pay you out. I promise this promises. Check this hand 'cause I'm marvelous. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face. She's gonna love nobody. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Nobody. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face.
No one shall be the wiser. It has begun.
Job's done.
My brothers.
Job's
That's a
done.
given.
Job's done.
Something to do.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
Job's done. 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 Job's done.
That's a given. I
Job's
cannot
done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Brothers,
Job's done. 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 Job's done.
it has begun.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
I am prepared.
Storm, earth, and fire. Heed my
Ready to
call.
move.
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past the satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Fading in, fading out, on the edge of paradise. Every inch of your skin is a holy grail I've gotta find. Only you can set my heart on fire, on fire. Yeah, I'll let you set the pace. 就算世界黑暗，地球停止了旋转，听听我的希望，愿做你的太阳，就跟朋友一样，能够把心事分享。你在寂寞的路上，是不是有些迷惘？我的太阳跟我说一起离开悲伤，一起做好梦，一起找理想，一起到梦想最远的地方。
就算世界黑暗，地球停止了旋转，听听我的希望，愿做你的太阳，就跟朋友一样，能够把心事分享。你在寂寞的路上，是不是有些迷惘？找理想，一起到梦想最远的地方。梦想最远的
forces are under attack. Upgrade
My
complete.
brothers, that's a given. For my brothers. I am prepared. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. It has begun. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers.
Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done. 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 Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done.
It
Done.
has begun.
Job's
That's a
done.
given.
Job's
My
done.
brothers.
Done.
It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
That's a given. Enlighten me. Out with it. Enlighten me.
像一个人静静发呆，有时候心情会突然变坏。有些人明明是不能分开，可却必须要去学着放开。明白，不愿它发生
I
意
bid
外，
it.
还
It
是
has begun.
头
No one shall be
敢
the
才
wiser.
能够
That's a
站
given.
起来。
Job's done. Job's done.
My brothers. It has begun.
Job's done. 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 Job's
就
done.
算是以后当作是个老朋友，其实多少也有点苦涩。爱离开就要舍得，别管知不知道，是你的不留他也不走。有些事其实自己都明明懂得，只是还有一些执着在心里深刻。
Out with it.
的，是你的，不留再也不逃。有些事其实自己都明明懂得，只是还有一些执着在心里深刻。爱离开就得舍得，对谁都会快乐，不适合又何必勉强呢？就算是以后当作是个老朋友，其实多少也有点苦涩。爱离开就要舍得，别管值不值得，是你的，不留再也不逃。有些事其实自己都明明懂得，只是还有一些执着。
虚掩是情，便是柔软在蔓延。雨和花连缀淋湿天真的脸，斟酌过仿佛旁无着容颜，鲜血这样冷。
Job's done.
I am prepared.
梅雨火，人就满山，真情鳞片。我见谁一面，独揽只一面，骗你这样美，陪我这样缠。青山飞瀑，渡千岁月华，舌尖之上绽放几瓣春花，一推一变，如故事影似
I bid you. I am prepared. It has begun. For my brothers, that's a given.
Job's done.
Which way?
Job's done.
I bid you. No one shall
Upgrade
otherwise.
complete. Upgrade complete.
Job's done. Job's
It
done.
has begun. No one shall otherwise. That's
Job's
a
done.
given. It has begun.
Job's done.
What news? Which way?
Enlighten me.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
My bidding, that's a given. It has begun. For my
Job's
brothers,
done. Job's done.
no one shall otherwise.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
你的泪光，柔柔中带伤，残白的月亮夜太漫长，听见这么说，谁在阁楼上名人的君王，雨轻轻烛红色的窗，我一生在这找，被风吹乱。路在远方，化成一缕潮，随风飘散你的模样。菊花残满地上，你的笑容已泛黄。花若人断肠，我心事静静躺。北风乱，夜未央，你的影子剪不断，徒留我孤单在无边深霜。一上弯，飘落了灿烂，凋谢的世道上，命运不堪。手握土墙，球心拆两半，怕你上不了岸，一辈子摇晃。谁的江山？马蹄声狂乱，我一生的戎装，呼啸沧桑。天未亮，你轻声的叹，一夜后来，路途菊花残满地上。你的笑容已泛黄，花若人断肠，我心事静静藏。北风乱，夜未央，你的影子剪不断，徒留我孤单在湖边成霜。菊花残。满地伤，你的笑容已泛黄。花若人断肠，我心事静静藏。北风乱，夜未央，你的影子剪不断，徒留我孤单在湖面成霜。 my baby。
还好你有看见我的心，不用眼泪一个人哭泣，伸出双手陪我走下去。
睁开了动听声音，心跳回应多清晰，看见彩虹的美丽，我会永远陪着你。
不用去管 people say， 不用再想有多累，我们可以 fly away， 因为爱你就爱你。I don't know why I wanna cry， 也许有这份爱在我心中转动 turning and running。有时候我不能表白，不代表没有爱，永远在我心中。
Every time you give me hug, my baby. Every time I give you love, my baby.
还好你有看见我的心，不用眼泪一个人哭泣，伸出双手陪我走下去。
睁开了动听声音，心跳回应多清晰，看见彩虹的美丽，我会永远陪着你。
不用去管 people say， 不用再想有多累，我们可以 fly away， 因为爱你就爱你。I don't know why I wanna cry， 也许有这份爱在我心中转动 turning and running。有时候我不能表白，不代表没有爱，永远在我心中 turning and running。我已经张开了翅膀，和你一起飞翔，勇敢追逐梦想。我要自由，不管别人怎么想象，我就是不说谎。I know that you know it, I know how to do. I don't know why I wanna cry， 也许有这份爱在我心中转动 turning and running。有时候我不能表白，不代表没有爱，永远在我心中 turning and running。
要想要放轻松，跟着我，要想做，要想要勇敢去触摸。要想做，要想要放轻松，跟着我，要想做，要想要勇敢去触摸。
I don't know why I wanna cry， 也许有这份爱在我心中转动 turning and running。
Out with it. Yes, my friend. Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
My brothers, it has begun.
Job's done. Job's done.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
No one shall be wiser. It has begun.
Job's done. More work. What is it?
My bidding.
阳光里晒干回忆，折好了伤心，明天起只和快乐出去。这爱的城市虽然拥挤，如果真的遇见你，你不必压抑，我的笑它无法代替。离开你，我才发现自己那爱笑的眼睛流了泪。当一个人看旧电影，是我不小心而已。离开你，我才找回自己那爱笑的眼睛。再见到你，我一定让自己坚定。离开你，我才发现自己那爱笑的眼睛流过泪，像躲不过的暴风雨。淋湿的昨天，我对离开你，我才找回自己那爱笑的眼睛。再见，爱情，我一定让自己坚定。再见到你，我一定让自己假装还
What?
I am prepared.
What is it?
Enlighten me.
Build more farms. Build more farms. Build
Upgrade
more farms.
complete.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
Thy bidding.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
My brothers,
Job's done.
out with it.
Upgrade
It has
complete.
begun. That's a given.
Job's done.
Thy bidding. Out with it.
work? What is it? More work? Yes, my lord.
I am sworn to avenge. Speak your mind. I'm listening. Let's get going.
让人受尽委屈，找不到相爱的证据，何时该前进，何时该放弃，连拥抱都没有勇气，爱没让人变得贪心，直到等待失去意义，没有等你，写不出结局，把遗憾的泪
Brothers. That's a given.
Job's done.
Brothers. That's a
Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser.
You have a target?
Job's
I
done.
bid you,
I'm your shooter.
enlighten me. It has begun.
Upgrade complete.
Job's done. Job's
I
done.
bid
You have a target?
out with it.
Upgrade complete.
No one shall be the wiser. That's a given.
Job's done.
I am prepared.
Job's done.
Upgrade complete. Hello! Aye, sir. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
I am prepared.
Get on with it.
Thy bidding. brothers. That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the
Job's
wiser.
done.
I am prepared.
Job's done.
He's on, and I be my belt. I'm his poopy, but I never smoke. He hit my line cause he know I'm a soul. He got a bitch, but he know I don't tell. I'm a baddie, so fuck how she felt. I'm a baddie, like fuck how you feel. And I'm thick cause I don't miss a meal. And I'm lit cause I just signed a deal. Everybody be knowing my name. Just want the money, I don't want the fame. And I'm different, they ain't in my lane. Counting up hundreds is how I stay sane. Picture perfect, he loving my frame. I'm a baddie, I do what I do. Like I'm bad, but my bitches is too. And they know how to move. With this pop, we go cool. I don't get introduced. Yeah, I'm that bitch, so they stealing my juice. This one bitch is built like an ant. Ew. Crash house and they going on rants. Cash cow, I be getting them bands. Bitches switching, but they was in trance. Chewy's on. And I be my belt. People I never smoke. He in my life, so know I'm a soul. He got a bitch, but he know I don't tell. I'm a baddie, so fuck a shit. I'm a baddie, like fuck how you feel. And I'm thick cause I don't miss a meal. And I'm thick but I run out of weed. Think she pretty, but she's my face.
brothers, it has begun.
Job's done.
For my brothers, it has
Job's
begun.
done.
That's a given.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
That's a given. For my brothers,
Job's done.
it has begun.
Job's done.
For my brothers,
Job's done.
I am prepared. That's a
Job's
You
done.
have a target?
Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
For my brothers, it has begun.
Job's done.
For my brothers, I am prepared.
Job's done.
It has begun. That's a given. Enlighten me. I am prepared.
Upgrade complete.
I bid you. Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
Get on with it. I bid you.
Upgrade complete. I pledge my loyalty. Storm, earth, and fire, heed my call. 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 Storm, earth, and fire, heed my call.
I bid you. Out with it. It has begun. My brothers.
Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done.
Enlighten me. It has
Upgrade
begun.
complete. Upgrade complete.
Job's done.
I am prepared. That's a given.
Upgrade
For my
complete.
brothers, no one shall be the wiser. That's a given.
Job's done.
Out with it.
Job's done.
I am prepared. It has begun. For my brothers. I bid you. has begun. That's a given.
Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. Enlighten me. It has begun.
Upgrade complete.
For my brothers, it has begun. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. That's a given. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. I am prepared. For my brothers. It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Is someone injured?
Job's done.
I bid you.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Job's done.
Is my
Upgrade
aid
complete.
out with it? It has begun.
Aquí te mando mi corazón.
Someone injured. Yes, my son.
趁现在还有期待，会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，
Is my aid
不再回来。
Yes, my aid. Is my
每当
aid
你向我走来，告诉我心之大海。
Build more bombs.
I bid you. Yes, my out with it. No one shall be the wiser.
遥遥微光与我同行，盛开在黎明。
What ails you?
Build more bombs.
总有爱
有多远的距离？
Upgrade complete.
穿过人海，跌停下来，趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。It's my dream, it's magic， 降临你的心 ，To your eyes， 有多远的距离？穿过人海，别停下来，趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。亮耀微光，与我同行，盛开在黎明。To your eyes， 有多远的距离？穿过人海，别停下来，趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。 让剧情变得狗血。深爱了多年，又何必毁了经典？都已成年，不拖不欠，浪费时间是我情愿。像谢幕的演员，眼看着灯光熄灭，来不及再轰轰烈烈，就保留告别的尊严。我爱你不后悔，也尊重故事结尾。分手应该体面，谁都不要说抱歉。何来亏欠？我敢给就敢心碎。镜头前面是从前的我们，在喝彩，流着泪，相思理解。离开也很体面，才没辜负这些年爱的热烈，认真付出的画面。别让执念毁掉了昨天，我爱过你，利落干脆。最熟悉的街，主角却换了人演。我哭到哽咽，心在痛，就当破茧。来不及再轰轰烈烈，就保留告别的尊严。我爱你不后悔，也尊重故事结尾。分手应该体面，谁都不要说抱歉。何来亏欠？我敢给就敢心碎。镜头前面是从前的我们，在喝彩，流着泪，生死理解。离开也很体面，才没辜负这些年爱的热烈，认真付出的画面。别让执念毁掉了昨天，我爱过你，利落干脆。再见，不负遇见。 是喜欢你。我的世界从此以后不能没有你，拉过山高100年，不许变好，一言为敌。打了个喷嚏，其实我在想你，这种感觉就心有灵犀，这一生与你纠缠不清。
帅帅的样子，装酷很潇洒。月老快把红线牵，把我们的姻缘拉。梦里经常遇见他，哒哒。爱上你甜甜的话语，动听像神话。爱上你倔倔的性格，气质真伟大。祈求上天快实现我小小的愿望吧，人海让我遇见他。哒哒哒啦啦哒哒哒啦哒，哇哦。哒啦啦哒哒
安然藤枪渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只字各一半，釉色渲染是泥土，韵味别似草，而你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。静静在冬天里，而我在哪里？七叶袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在平地树根里放前朝的飘逸，就当我为能遇见你不必。
熟悉的餐厅，橱窗里有一对情侣，相对坐着，笑得多开心，我不由得想起这座城市多熟悉，至少有你的痕迹。再走过来，感受你的气息，才发现自己早已失去你。我知道最美的曾经，最美好的爱情，都是因为你。你给过我世界上最多关心，却忘了给自己。我知道再多的怀念，再多一些回忆，也找不回你。这时的天又下起了雨，水归在你的。
Wisdom, tell me a scary story.
Okay, but don't blame me if you have nightmares. All across the vast ocean, ships call long lines or have to catch fish. These ships' lines stretch on forever. Some are as long as the distance from here to space. But do you know what's really scary? The long lines have thousands of laser sharp hooks. Remember Uncle Frederick? He tried to eat bait on the long line and was hooked. The long line dragged him for miles before he finally drowned. Long liners don't just kill seabirds, but they also kill thousands of turtles, dolphins, and sharks every year. That's why you kids must always stay in ocean sanctuaries. There are limits to these industrial monsters. Every year, billions of braided long-line hooks threaten precious marine life. You can help make global ocean sanctuaries a reality. Tell your government to protect at least 30% of the global oceans by 2030.
Sign the petition.
It is my mother and my sister, my Stanford graduate, and then me, the no college student, and my mom who will love me for whatever happens. Do you guys want to do it?
You can do it.
Okay.
Application form.
Here we go.
Random people on the street think I'm a chess genius. And every time I meet them, I'm like, guys, it's really not that impressive. If you did anything since you were 6 years old, you better be one of the top people at it, or otherwise, what have you been doing since you were 6?
You have the same name as your dad.
A-N-D-R-E-I. Mine is A-N-D-R-E.
Oh, okay.
In elementary school, they made us write about our goals, and mine was to go to Stanford. And for the next 7 years, it stayed the same. first started streaming chess. It's my first time even discovering Twitch, the live streaming platform.
I actually started playing chess from watching two of your sisters.
No, are you serious?
Yeah.
Andrea Botez is first and foremost my daughter. She's my heart, my soul, my life. I love her.
Andrea is my little sister, a gremlin. Andrea!
I wanted to make an entrance. Well, I guess the internet knows me as a chess player, boxer, DJ, but I wouldn't describe myself by my hobbies, more just dedicating myself to what I do.
She's also this personality, right?
Good morning, it is a Thursday. I'm just a corn dog, I don't know what I know, man.
All right.
I'm gonna cry, I'm very emotional. Yeah! I am the goat master. I'm a Minecrafter. I'm not the liability. I'm a very fast talker. I'm traumatized, dude. I won't live. I'm gonna be number one. Ah, that sucks. Okay, we are at my... Wait, oh gosh. We are at my... Wait, now I'm in YouTube intro mode and I don't know how to not do it. We are at the house I grew up in Portland, Oregon. My mom is a very proud mom. She framed my sister's Instagram. This is when she graduated from Stanford. So this is my ex, and my mom still loves him and wishes that we were together, and she's very proud, even though we haven't been together for 4 years. So she keeps his photo on the fridge.
No, this is the invitation to graduation. I keep photos, but not on the fridge.
First picture with Andrea.
1 day old.
She was very quiet, not like now.
Tell which one's me because I have the unibrow.
You were a very hairy baby.
I know, Mom, I know. When I grew up in Canada, we didn't really have much. We never had a TV, we never had video games. All I remember is that we played a lot of chess. Chess was my only way to get into Stanford because I knew to get into these very top-tier universities, you have to be very, very good at something. You have to be top in the world, you have to play the Olympiad, win nationals, or that's what I thought the formula was for my sister.
Chess was a big reason why I got into Stanford, and I know that because there was this leak, and the only note that was on mine was international chess.
My dad is the one who taught my sister and I chess, and he started playing because his father and his mother really loved chess.
For me, chess was not a main priority for my daughters. For him, it was. He would step over dead bodies for him to take his kid to chess competition. The dead body could have been mine, it would have not mattered.
So I was playing constant tournaments every weekend to get practice. Dad said birthday parties were a distraction. The reason in 3 years later why you're a failure is because you spent that time having fun and not studying chess.
Of course, we didn't skip her birthday. That was important.
Whose birthday is today? How old are you?
One thing that I am teaching my girls, hard work by the end of the day is gonna get rewarded.
So over there we have a sign that says Bulevardul Botez, Bucuresti Sector 3. Bucharest is the capital of Romania. He is a very proud Romanian. I recently went to Romania for our chess travel show, Botez Abroad. It's kind of like an IRL chess meet and greet. We play people on the streets, and then we also spend half of our time just exploring the culture and the activities in different cities that we go to. So my dad and my mom grew up here. It's where they fell in love. It's where my dad learned chess. This was the chess club.
My mom grew up on 2 floors up from the best chess club in the country. A lot of apartments and stuff, they didn't have heat. So one of the attractions of my mom's family to go and be active in a chess club was the fact that they can stay warm.
It was very hard to get food back there, so you'd have to wait in line 3 hours to buy a bottle of milk.
You kind of realize that if you want to have a better life, the only choice was to study or be a brown-noser for the Communist Party. Well, me and my wife were trained mechanical engineers, and in order to work in the field, they requested to have somebody in the family that's working already there. Our family didn't work in that field, so just that we cannot hire you. That was the moment when we kind of realized that immigration is not going to be the only way.
My parents technically lived the American dream because they were in communist Romania. They took a huge risk, and it was all for their children. They came to North America, they had no money, no job.
And we applied for political asylum.
This is after we made the first purchase of a new clothing in the United States. Those shorts, everything else we used to buy from second hand.
We could have stayed in US and gotten a visa sooner
have I made a stronger case for my political asylum? I was asked several times if my life would be in danger if I returned home, and I couldn't lie, and then they said, well, sorry, the application was denied.
Then they had to even move out of the US because they weren't allowed to stay, and they moved to Canada, and they started from scratch again.
After 12 years, we got our green card and we moved back to the United States.
So Andrea was born in Canada in the time we were there.
I'm kind of a fake Canadian because I moved when I was so young, but yes, I very proudly represent Canada.
Even after she went to the World Championship, when I was saying, you're the chess champion, her answer was, no, my sister is the chess champion. Baby, you are the national Canadian champion and top 20 in the world.
People compare me and Andrea all the time, and it never feels good.
Being compared to my sister was like the most deteriorating thing for your self-esteem. Oh yeah? Better sister. Cheese. All right, got it. We should get back to the stream. No, it's fine. I don't mind. Cheese. Because she was a very well-accomplished scholar. Well, maybe not in the terms of my parents. My parents were like, she went to Stanford, and now she just plays chess on the internet.
I started streaming chess in 2016. At first, it started off as a hobby, but then it really started taking off, and I decided to pursue it full-time. My sister was just graduating high school, so I convinced her to first try to make her own channel.
It's a closet. I streamed from this room for like a year. And it gets really hot in there. There's not a lot of ventilation in the closet. After a month of streaming together, she was like, you know, it doesn't make sense that you have your separate channel. You should just join forces. Oh yeah, I want to work with my big sister. Let's do it.
We could rebrand it to Botez Live.
Now chess goes viral. We make videos, we farm them, we do what we want. We do matches. She bullies me a little bit, I bully her a little bit, and this is the beginning of the empire. Just started as something for fun. Like, I was really excited to connect with people over this game. When you're a really young girl on the internet and it's your first time reading the opinions of thousands of people every day, it took a huge toll.
So we heard that Howard Stern talked about us in his radio show yesterday.
I go online and watch people playing chess. I love it. I love the game. These really hot white chicks with big titties, and they're hot. So hot, these girls are young.
That's all we are. We're just a piece of meat. I would read those comments and I started believing those stuff. I'm like, wow, maybe I really am just like the stupid girl who's only known for her looks.
You're not playing with the junior division anymore. You're playing with the big boys.
You're gonna give your A game, aren't you?
I don't have to.
People sometimes make jokes that she's dumb, which is obviously not true. There's a time I get a call from my dad that Andrea gets a B in high school.
I wasn't expecting the AP final to be so hard my first semester of high school. And then I never got a B in an AP class again. I was a chess expert, so I was 2000 rated, also the 99.9 percentile of all chess players in the US.
Destroyed me.
Good game. And that was my week opening. There were many outspoken chess grandmasters who would all find a way to belittle our success. So I thought that if I went to a top university, then I would prove all these trolls wrong and show like, hey, I actually do have intelligence. The college application process, I asked my sister hundreds of times to proofread. It wasn't like normal essays. Andrea's are like steroids. We just finished them a few weeks ago, and I'm battered.
So we were all really excited and nervous to find out her result.
Why?
I really believed that she had a shot. I felt sad for her, of course.
I was heartbroken. I thought it was the end of the world. Like, it was the end of the world to me. I was really set on college, and so were my parents. But I was like, you know, my older sister, she went to Stanford. I bet I could learn a lot, so I'll take one gap year.
Relax! What's up, everyone? I think we're live. All right, hello, chat. We're live.
Hi, guys. In 2020, when my sister and I started Botez Live, we hit the top 100 streamers on Twitch. Then we moved to Austin. You know, Alex, it's going pretty well. And then the second milestone was finances, which within the second year, we had net profited more than 500K.
Yeah, round 2, I thought I'd have even more of an edge with chess because I was like, well, not only am I competitive, but I'm doing this really interesting thing that has to do with legit businesses and legit numbers. I wouldn't leave my room for months. I'm just writing my college essays because I wanted them to be perfect. I wanted it so badly, I said, third try's a charm. When I was writing those college essays 4 to 6 hours a day, I didn't even question it. I'm gonna do this until I know that I've done everything I possibly and physically can to give myself the best shot. This is the same in everything I do. Let's go. As of this morning, I have made the impulsive decision to fight. I will be boxing in Ludwig's event in 1 month, which means I have 1 month to learn how to box.
What did you think when Andrea told you she was going to get into boxing?
Yeah, we're happy.
I didn't want to see her getting hit. I was hoping she would change her mind.
I take everything that I do very seriously, and I don't like to lose. I am drenched in sweat. My feet hurt, toenails falling off. And go again tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. 3 weeks later, I walked out in front of a stadium with 10,000 people and boxed and played chess.
Andrea! Focus!
I was excited, but I was still pretty nervous.
Supporting your sister on her walkout. That's not only your sister, it's her dad in the background having a great time.
The adrenaline rush was insane stepping into the ring.
I couldn't be happier with the match that we're about to see today.
The way chess boxing works is it's alternating chess and boxing, and you either win by checkmate or by KOing your opponent.
Here we go! First round underway! Dina and Andrea!
Me and my dad were both really nervous. My dad more so. He was actually facing the opposite way.
I tried to watch the reaction of the people, and every time when somebody was screaming, I was like, don't look.
Big overhand right lands. Oh! Dina lands. Oh! Keep on the pressure.
I was just hoping for a result where Andrea wins and Dina's not badly injured.
Dina misses checkmate in 1 move. Andrea, is he gonna make a move? Andrea, there.
Dina was a woman chess grandmaster, and I'm a chess expert. If we played 50 tournament games, the grandmaster would probably beat me in every single one. I knew that my advantage was in the physical boxing fight, so it didn't even matter. Third round, when we went back into the ring where I knew I was about to get checkmated, and if anything, it pushed me to fight even harder.
Will she deliver the killing blow and win, or will she lose to checkmate? Separate. There's 5 seconds left. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And in the same way that Andrea waited out time.
By watching it, it seemed like a technical knockout, and I thought Andrea should have won.
She has resigned the game with checkmate incoming.
The better chess player won. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your winner by checkmate, Dina Bad Bishop Balankaya.
So the win was a little bit controversial because I had actually beat her in the fight by technical knockout. Right after the fight, the ref came to me and was like, I'm so sorry, that wasn't proper of me, can I fix it anyway?
But because they had already awarded belts to Dina, they named them as co-champions.
After boxing, I was like, if you can do this, you can really do anything that you want. So I set myself on DJing. When I grew up, actually, we used to have a grand piano that was right here. I was really good at piano. I loved it. And someone donated because we couldn't afford one. And then when I moved out, he took it back.
Well, I don't have all my music, so I can't.
That's okay. Go.
Somehow, musical education and chess, they all kind of require some kind of similar thinking, right? So they complemented each other somehow.
We're proud of her piano skills. So with the DJ, I'll say this is totally on her path.
So we can just use sync.
Currently, I practice my DJing in my home.
I am a supportive big sister, but sometimes when you have club-grade equipment, you shouldn't blast it at midnight right under my room.
There are many nights when my sister would wake me up in the middle of the night playing chess. Ah! So now this is revenge. I just did my first DJ show. I actually threw the whole thing on my own. I just wanted to show people that I can play a live show, and now I want to start playing real festivals.
It's just really inspiring to see how into DJing she is and how much of an initiative she's taken.
I'm very grateful that I even have time to take off to work on my projects, which is honestly because like Alex was here, she was streaming chess, we can kind of swap off. Well, I need to re-record my set, and it's Friday, and I'm very sleep deprived, but honestly, for my Friday night, I just want to get a good night's rest, so I'm gonna go record my set now. after the first gap year, I was like, it'd be really very silly for me to put all of this on pause. It only makes sense for me to go to university if it's one of the top in the world. Everything my parents did when they immigrated from Romania to Canada to America was with the dream of my sister and I going to university, having an education, and getting a stable job. By my third time applying to Stanford, I hired the best college tutors that I could find because, number one, it was the first time in my life I could actually afford these resources. So sure that this was gonna be it. And then the time came, okay guys, this is when my life's gonna change.
Okay.
I love you for you. Third time's the charm, right, Andrea?
Well, that is what they say.
The pain that she didn't get in, I felt that one.
I tell people the time that I put into Stanford, I could have mastered another language. They were months of my life over the last couple years. The cherry on top of the rejection was Stanford saying, not only are you rejected, but you're actually not allowed to apply for a fourth year. If they wouldn't have said that, I probably would have tried again.
No one can say she didn't try her best.
And I still think to this day I want her to go to college. But I kind of realized that probably is not gonna happen.
Growing up, I always had these expectations and standards. Not only the standards, hey, your sister went to Stanford, but everything I've dedicated my entire childhood for. So deciding not to go to college was the most difficult decision in my life, also for the point that that was everything my parents ever dreamed of. My parents, I think they're proud of me now. I can't really tell.
She's, I would say, a successful young woman. And for that I'm proud of. Sorry.
I am proud of Andrea and I'm proud of Alexandra. I'm proud of my daughters.
Building this brand, which on the surface seems like, you're streaming chess, you're creating YouTube videos, but I learned analytics, algorithms, merchandise, hiring people, working with a team, outsourcing, so many things that you go to business school and you're just reading about. I think I've learned more than I could have in any 4 years of university, and I'm gonna continue doing this.
Her will to learn more and more pretty much do more than compensate with the fact that she didn't go to college.
Now I think about, what did I want out of Stanford? We are hiring people with degrees from Stanford. I'm advising startups. So I can still work with all these people that I wanted to meet from Stanford.
I think what she realized is that getting into a top school or not getting into a top school isn't going to define your success long term.
In today's day and age, you have all the resources right in front of you, just online. If you want to work and build a business based on your own brand from the ground up, you don't need to go to school to learn that.
Getting accepted meant that I could prove my intelligence, and I really wanted to prove to those people that I was smart and that I was worth it. But I think I've grown from where I've been the last couple years, and I'm no longer searching for that validation.
She matured in those 3 years more than I ever expected.
It's a pleasure to see those changes taking place. Thank you.
Tell me about a time that you wanted to quit.
Well, I don't think I ever wanted to quit. I would never give up, so.
出现，难过有一些，只是脚在左肩，我隐藏在自己的世界，爱到不敢冒险，心被回忆溶解，心碎已重复了太多遍，历史在重演，结局都是那么累，封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远，过往温柔我会好好怀念，故事重写，我知道开始离结束并不远，又何必让两人变得视而不见，终究还是幸福离我好远，只是寂寞陪着那么明显，是那个人，我相信不眨眼自然会遇见，又何必让自己那么苦不堪言，幸福离我好远。爱到不敢冒险，心被回忆溶解，心碎已重复了太多遍，历史在重演，结局都是那么累，封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远。下楼倒退时间，我们却都不变，我知道你不会再出现，难过有一些，只是脚在左肩，我隐藏在自己的世界，爱到不敢冒险，心被回忆溶解，心碎已重复了太多遍，历史在重演，结局都是那么累，封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远，过往温柔我会好好怀念，故事重写，我知道开始离结束并不远，又何必让两人变得视而不见，终究还是幸福 重演，结局都是那么累。封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远。过往温柔，我会好好怀念。故事重写，我知道开始离结束并不远，又何必 却都不变。我知道你不会再出现，难过有一些，只是脚在左肩，我隐藏在自己的世界，爱到不敢冒险，心被回忆溶解，心碎已重复了太多遍。历史在重演，结局都是那么累。封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远。
金属水解技术是做得到的，经过精准
温柔，我会好好回。
微整、美整，我用全新Olay生态超红瓶，首创涂抹式类肉读态，2天超淡纹，2周超紧致，突破性生态渗透，只有Olay超红瓶 ，Only Olay。
Rebel， 给你一对翅膀。
Mate. What? Who made this stupid game? Good question. To understand chess, we first have to travel back in time, deep to ancient India.
the earliest known ancestor of chess is Chaturanga, a board game from the Gupta Empire around the 6th century AD. The word means 4 divisions of an army, referring to the elephants, chariots, cavalry, and infantry, each represented by a distinct piece on the board. But this just kind of looks like chess with elephants instead of bishops or something? Okay, well, where did this come from then? For that, we're gonna have to jump back even further to the Indus Valley civilization. Discoveries of handcrafted ivory pieces and boards similar to those of chess had been discovered at the Harappa and Lothal sites, which proves that the Indus Valley civilization had already developed board games with grids and race-like mechanics some 5,000 years ago. These weren't chess, but they reflected the same spirit, a symbolic representation of war, hierarchy, and conflict. Jumping forward about 2,000 years from this era, we find the next earliest ancestor of chess, Ashtapada, which according to records in India has been played as early as 200 years BC. Ashtapada is an early Indian board game that laid the groundwork for strategic play. It used a dice-based movement system with cowrie shells, where movement depended on how many mouths faced up after the shells were thrown. Players raced around an 8x8 grid, the same board size that chess would later inherit, moving counterclockwise along the outer edge before spiraling inward, a race to the center. Pieces could enter from the entry point, and each time a piece fell on another piece, that piece was taken out of the game and had to be re-entered again. So before armies and kings came on the board, India was already experimenting with grids, luck, and movement, concepts that would later shape into strategy, formation, and war simulation. These rather innocent versions of board games would in just 800 years form into the closest ancestor of modern chess. Fast forward to around the 6th century AD in the Gupta Empire of India. Here we have multiple recorded instances of Chaturanga, with entries as interesting and one in the diary of the religious teacher Buddha, advising his followers against playing it because it was, quote, a cause of negligence. Its board setup and philosophy were inspired by the ancient military formation Akshohini, where entire armies were arranged in mathematically precise formations. The rules of Chaturanga are as follows. It's played on an 8x8 board. We have the king, who moves 1 square in each direction, the minister, which is the predecessor to the modern-day queen, which can move 1 square diagonally in each direction. We have the rook, which moves as in modern-day chess, horizontal and vertical. We have the knight, also moving in the same way as today's knight. Then we have the elephant, or Gaia. This piece has some uncertainty tied to it. No one actually knows the exact move it made, but historians speculate that it likely jumped 2 squares diagonally, leaping over one and landing on the other. We have the pawns, who move 1 square forward with no initial double move. The objective is to checkmate the opponent's king, or win through a bear king, meaning that if you manage to leave your opponent with just a king on the board, you instantly win the game, except if your opponent captures your last piece on their move, thereby bearing your king and drawing the game. This was the first game where strategy overtook chance. Dice were gone, and every move mattered. From India, Chaturanga traveled westward along the Silk Road to Persia, where it evolved into Shatranj in the 7th century. Persians refined the rules and transformed the game into an intellectual pursuit across the Middle East. The rules of Shatranj were as follows. The board and setup were similar to modern-day chess. The bishop could leap 2 squares diagonally, jumping over 1 piece. The pawn moves as in Chaturanga, but promotes only to a furs upon reaching the 8th rank. In this version, stalemate was a win for the person delivering the stalemate, not a draw. Shatranj introduced check, making it illegal to move your king into danger and forcing you to move it if it's in danger, a key rule that defines chess today. Shatranj was a game of calculated logic, played in royal courts and coffee houses from Persia to Baghdad.
口腔问题反复发生，
我们用 OLBIO
专研小源头，改善多种口腔问题，对抗牙菌斑、牙龈不适、牙黄，7天改善口腔健康，超越手动，实现2倍清洁力。
全球牙医第一推荐。
欧乐 BIO。
Uniqlo 宽版牛仔裤，为每个人。
By 1000 CE, Shatranj had reached Europe through Arab Spain and Italy. Between 1200 and 1700, a series of major rule changes transformed it into what we know today as modern chess. The pawns gained the option to move 2 squares on their first move. Castling was introduced as well. Perhaps the most notable change was the abilities of the queen. It became the most powerful piece on the board, moving any number of squares in all directions, a far cry from its previous weaker version. By the late 15th century, the game's new speed and dynamism made it wildly popular. Masters like Ruy Lopez, Luciana, Pedro Damiano, and Guacho Greco began formalizing opening theory, the beginnings of professional chess thought. The 18th and 19th century saw the Romantic era of chess, where brilliance and beauty mattered more than sound strategy. Players favored tactical fireworks over safety, and declining a gambit was considered unsportsmanlike. Games like Anderson's Immortal Game and the Opera Game by Paul Morphy defined this period. Wild attacks, sacrifices, and dazzling checkmates. It was chess as an art. By the mid-19th century, the rules were standardized. White moves first became universal. Stalemate became a draw. En passant was formalized. Chess continued to spread in intellectual circles, with puzzle columns in newspapers, chess books, and international tournaments like the first one in London in 1851, won by Adolf Anderssen. In 1886, the first official World Chess Championship was held, and Wilhelm Steinitz became the first world champion. He introduced a new philosophy: chess is a science, not chaos. Steinitz emphasized structure, planning, and positional understanding, a direct rejection of the Romantic style of chess. He was succeeded by Emanuel Lasker, who held the title for 27 years. He was the longest and most dominating world champion in chess history. This was followed by the hyper-modern revolution, with thinkers like Redi, Nimzowitsch, and Tartakower, who challenged classical principles and promoted new ideas like fianchetto structures and dynamic imbalances. After World War II, the Soviet Union dominated the chess world. Chess became a symbol of intellectual and ideological supremacy. Legends like Botvinnik, Smyslov, Tal, Petrosian, Spassky, and Karpov emerged, all Soviet champions, each representing a different chess philosophy. In 1972, the American prodigy Bobby Fischer broke the Soviet dominance, defeating Boris Spassky in the match of the century. It was not just a chess match, it was Cold War theater. At the time, the Soviets and the Americans were engaged in a fierce battle over intellectual superiority, or at least the appearance of such. Fischer's victory broke the Soviet Union's dominance on chess supremacy and skyrocketed the game to worldwide popularity. In 1997, the chess computer Deep Blue defeated Garry Kasparov, marking the end of human superiority over computers. From that point onward, engines began shaping opening theory, analysis, and training. Chess entered the digital era. Engines, databases, and eventually online play revolutionized how humans interacted with the game. During the COVID-19 pandemic, chess experienced an unprecedented global boom. Online platforms like Chess.com and Lichess, combined with the release of The Queen's Gambit on Netflix, brought millions of new players to the game. Streamers, tournaments, and AI-assisted learning reshaped the culture of chess, making it more accessible and entertaining than ever before.
下楼倒退时间，我们却都不变。我知道你不会再出现，难过有一些，只是骄傲在作践。我隐藏在自己的世界，爱到不敢冒险。
见，心碎已重复了太多遍，历史在重演，结局都是那么累，封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远。过往温柔，我会好好怀念。故事重写，我知道开始离结束并不远，又何必让两人变得视而不见？终究还是幸福离我好远，只是寂寞陪着那么明显。是那个人，我相信不眨眼自然会遇见，又何必让自己那么苦不堪言？幸福离我好远。爱到不敢冒险，心被回忆溶解，心碎已重复了太多遍，历史在重演，结局都是那么累，封锁过去，沉默心情，不管还会是谁，反正已经幸福离我好远。过往温柔，我会好好怀念。故事重写，我知道开始离结束并不远，又何必让两人变得视而不见？终究还是幸福离我好远，只是寂寞陪着那么明显。是那个人，我相信不眨眼自然会遇见，又何必让自己那么苦不堪言？幸福离我好远。
水客匆匆，一缕清愁，一点朦胧。我捡起一片叶迷蒙，细数下河东。你眼神闪烁乐器中，牵你手，白发青葱。他俨然伫立大雨中，盘起上西楼，看尽八面玲珑，泪光心动，红尘远勾勒那轮廓。爱像锦绣梦，千万种，万年看不尽，人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，逃不空。爱像锦绣梦，莫笑我，滚滚红尘几处，谁依然歌颂，残雪独酒。 水客匆匆，一缕清愁，一点朦胧。我捡起一片烟迷蒙，细数下河而动。你眼神闪烁于其中，千年一宿，白发青葱。他俨然伫立大雨中，弹琴上心流，看尽八面玲珑，泪光心动，红尘远勾勒那轮廓。爱上今生梦，千万种，万年看不尽人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，它不空。爱上今生梦，莫笑我，滚滚红尘之中，谁依然歌颂，残雪独钟。爱上今生梦，千万种，万年看不尽人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，它不空。爱上今生梦，莫笑我。你爱他，全世界在身下飘着雪，心里爬着线，目光系着线。我望着你背影，狂迎着迷恋，从神话中醒来，已是桂冠和爱，任时光荏苒，等望春风干。我的美被禁锢，荆棘般的嫉妒，射舞在发髻。爱自由剧院的王者，沉迷于这输赢的规则，问他呢，问他呢。心里那朵蔷薇，美得再清纯也得不到祝福，没留下为爱，人被心碎禁锢，用叹息当音符，弹奏着孤独。爱只有最后的选择，能被幸福认可，有爱的资格。问他呢，问他呢。All I need is love, I want baby, what you waiting for？ 谁懂得呢？看我眼前的有彩。飘着雪，心里爬着线，目光提着线。Oh, I need is love, baby, what you waiting for？ 谁懂得呢？看我眼前的有彩。Oh, I need is love， 我深爱，就像天上的水。这执迷爱火，这执迷爱火，这执迷爱火已是荒漠。是花了我。 水客匆匆，一缕情愁，一点朦胧。我捡起一片夜迷蒙，细数下河东。你眼神闪烁于其中，牵你手，白发青葱，他俨然伫立大雨中，叹气上西楼，看尽八面玲珑，泪光心动，红尘远勾勒那轮廓。爱像锦绣梦，千万种，万年看不尽，人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，掏不空。爱像锦绣梦，莫笑我，滚滚红尘之中，谁依然歌颂，残雪独钟，情话还藏在心中。水客匆匆，一缕情愁，一点朦胧。我捡起一片烟迷蒙，细数下河东。你眼神闪烁于其中，牵你手，白发青葱，他俨然伫立大雨中，弹琴上西楼，看尽八面玲珑，泪光心动，红尘远勾勒那轮廓。爱像锦绣梦，千万种，万年看不尽，人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，掏不空。爱像锦绣梦，莫笑我，滚滚红尘之中，谁依然歌颂，残雪独钟。像锦绣梦，千万种，万年看不尽，人生如风，潇洒回忆的水墨，掏不空。爱像锦绣梦，莫笑我，滚滚红尘之中，谁依然歌颂，残雪独钟，情话还藏在心中。
Job done, job done, job done, job done, job done, job done.
窗外不远飞的蜂鸟，也在爱里逃，城市再也不会停靠。我们争吵，你会不会少了一点烦恼？回到10年前，回忆就在眼前。 欲望去杀，将它价值慢慢分叉，到底是我让